Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we get started this morning. Good morning, committee members and other parties of interest. The evaluation committee meeting for RPS 2424685, the Miscellaneous Professional Engineering Services for Utility Relocation, will be held in part by means of communications media technology. Active participation will be for committee members only, and provisions have been made for any member of the public desiring to have access to view the meeting. My name is Sybil Tucker. I am the buyer for this project. For the record, this meeting is being recorded and has been publicly noticed. At this time, I'll ask each committee member to introduce themselves for the record, and we're going to begin with the committee chair.
I'm Lisa Murrin, Water Resources, Utility Coordination.
Alex Cocovitas, Water Resources Design.
Ryan Curl, Water Resources Engineer.
Gene Simmons, Water Resources Project Manager.
Okay, thank you. So the committee will evaluate, discuss, and score by consensus proposals received for this project. Each proposal is to be evaluated based on the information provided in their proposal as it correlates to the requirements and evaluation criteria set forth in the solicitation and not any prior experience with the firms. The proposals will be scored based on the following criteria. Criteria 1, the ability of the firm and its professional personnel, for a possibility of 45 points. Criteria 2, the firm's experience with projects of similar type and size, for a possibility of 35 points. Criteria 3, the firm's willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements, for a possibility of 10 points. And criteria 4, the effect of firm's recent, current, and projected workload, for a possibility of 10 points, or a total possibility of 100 points. There's also bonus points that firms can receive, and those bonus points are as follows: the DMDWBE bonus points for a possibility of 6 points, the past performance points for a possibility of 5 points, volume work for a possibility of 5 points as well, for a total of 16 bonus points. So overall, with the criteria and the bonus points, there's a possibility of a total of 116 points that a firm can acquire throughout this evaluation. So with that, I also want to state that be advised that the cone of silence is still in effect for this project until the notice of intent to recommend award protest period ends. So just be mindful that all questions still need to be directed to me even after this meeting ends today. And any questions you have need to be directed to my attention and not any contact with any of the committee members or any of the other county staff. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the meeting over to the committee chair to begin the discussions and the scoring for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sybil. I guess we'll start with AECom. First proposal. Go around the room and go. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. And on this one for the first category, they were given a 10, and this reasoning behind that is because they did not include any SUE capabilities, survey or geotech services, which were in the scope of services. So that put them in the lower category.
Yeah, I went with the 21 on the first one. I thought that, they had, a good amount of years of experience, and within the resumes, I saw that they also had a decent amount of experience pertaining directly to utilities. And some actually were related as well.
gave it 26. I thought they also had a good amount of experience, and a lot of the projects listed on the resumes were specifically utility coordination projects or utility relocation projects.
Yeah, Gene Simmons, I gave them a 27. About the same reason. And also they have about in the resume, they show six six of their staff that are located in Tampa, and they have like 35 years experience, 24, 20 years, 25 years, 22. So that's the reason.
Okay, so Sybil, we have to come to a consensus.
Correct.
on that one.
Mhm.
It would be an average of.
So Sybil,
I mean.
how do we deal with, like, if they, because the scoring criteria, it shows that, they have to meet all of the scope requirements, I believe.
Yeah,
So if they don't, or, I mean, even though the consensus is gonna be come out ahead of that, I mean, is that still,
Well, I mean, I mean, that's why you, just talk about
okay,
where you feel that they fall in that criteria for the, in different levels there.
I kind of see your point where you're saying if, I didn't have survey,
but I do agree that they
I
did
didn't
have
capture that.
good experience, and so,
Because I did note that on some other one, I just didn't catch that one there. Survey.
I'd definitely be willing to come down considering they didn't list any sue.
because that typically is very
That is,
important
yeah.
in what we do for the utility relocations. So.
We had and
We had a 21, a 26, 27, and a 10. So,
So usually, the firms do use, like, the consultants for Sue.
right,
Right.
but I don't think they had any listed.
Listed as a project team.
Unless I'm mistaken. Because they noted that we should have capabilities of doing that in-house.
so on their flow chart of who handles what, they listed the roadway design subconsultant, because usually the roadway design provides the SUE services. So that was kind of their catch for handling SUE. Not sure if that's always the case, but that's what they listed.
What would you guys feel comfortable with?
If you go to page, let's see, what page is that? Okay, one thing, I don't have my mouse. They mentioned Sue here on page A14. It said that it should be noted that we have not included traditional pipeline support services such as surveying, utility look at Sue, or additional information needed. We usually contract with the same firms that initially perform the services. I mean, that's what I see here. I can just give some information.
But it's still not part of the project team. I don't know how you want to look at that.
I know, so it's
That's
just what
kind
everyone feels comfortable.
Yeah.
feeling.
Closer to 20. Come down a little.
Yeah.
So 20,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So it's your
So-
consensus for
AECom
ability of the
for the first, right?
firm and professional personnel, your consensus is 20?
Yes. Okay, for the firm's experience with projects of similar size and type, I gave them a 26.
That's what I gave them to the
Yeah.
26.
I gave them a 25.
Yeah, them at 30.
I thought they showed quite a few projects that had a lot of utilities and, you know, a lot of choosing utility locates.
Cheers.
25.
Okay, let's see, how about a 27?
Agreement. That works for me.
Yeah, 27 is good, yeah.
So 27 is your consensus?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, for the firm's willingness and ability to meet the schedule and budget requirements. I thought what they showed demonstrated a 7.
Alex Kukovic, I'm gonna agree with that. I had 7.
I had an 8.
Invoicing is 8.
We have to give whole numbers, Craig.
Yeah.
Okay. Going round up or down?
You want to discuss a little bit or why? Maybe.
Like, with this one and a lot of them, it's
Yeah,
usually
it's-
pretty general statements that are made about how they'll handle the project. And a lot of them tend to say quite a bit of the same thing, so.
Right. I didn't see anything that really comes at all. Or going the other way either. And I thought it was
They said that,
where it should be.
yeah, so based on what they put on the proposal, looks like they're at least 60% available in the county. So, I mean, for me, that's good.
That's the next one.
That's not this criteria.
That's the next criteria.
We're on the schedule and budget.
Oh, it's not scheduled.
Yeah. We're trying to get to our consensus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, still 8, yeah. Yeah, 8 for both.
I'm comfortable going with an 8.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yes, 8 would be my consensus. For the recent, current, and projected workload, I gave an 8 for them.
Yeah, 8 also.
I want 7.
I went with an 8.
Go with an 8, our consensus. Everyone's in agreement.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yes, 8. Then we'll move on to Arduro. Start with the first criteria, ability of the firm. I went with a 41 on this one. I thought it was very impressive. I thought the staff and abilities were superior, so.
Alex Kokovitis, I went with 31, but I agree, it was, they showed a lot of years. A lot of the resumes that they had in there showed the personnel had a lot of experience in utilities and a lot in utility locates too, so. I scored him a 31, but yeah,
I scored at 32. One thing that stuck out to me that a lot of others did not put in is that they have a backup project manager, deputy PM, which that main man or woman or ever goes down, then there's a backup. That's always pretty crucial. One thing I also noticed was a lot of the projects listed on each of the individual resumes. Some of them had multiple projects that were 5 years or older. So I don't know, I kind of see 5 years as more of a current, the threshold on whether it's a current or older project. And there were some definitely listed with 2017, 2016, but overall 32.
Give them a 40. They have on their resume, they show 9 staff members that are located in Timber, and they have better experience. Like 2 years, 2020, 10 years, so yeah.
Okay, given the numbers, how would y'all feel about 35, 36?
I'm in agreement to come up.
I am too.
So we'll go with 36. That's kind of.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
36 is good for me.
I'm gonna agree.
So 36 is your consensus?
Yes, we know. For the experience with projects of similar type and size, I went with a 32. I thought they demonstrated all projects that were, very similar to what we would be requesting with this contract. So that's what I put.
Alex, Kokovitis, I went with the 27. And yeah, I agree that they had a lot of projects that they had on their showed identical work that we would be requiring them to do. And they also showed both the design aspect and the CDI aspect, both.
I gave a 28. And I thought their projects were all pretty relevant. One project listed was from 2017. But for the most part, all were pretty current and all were definitely.
Jim Boston, I give them a 30. They show about 7 projects that were done like within the area. Close proximity, to us. Top on Spring, St. Pete, they have one in Hillsborough County, Twin Pinellas County, and it's about what we do,
Okay, so we have a 32, 30, 28, 27. So
29.
29.
29, your consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, next for the willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget. I gave them a 10. I thought they demonstrated a superior understanding of what went into the schedule and budget, how they handled that whole aspect.
Alex Goloridis, I gave him a 8. I do believe that they did a good job on showing a good understanding of how to keep the budget and schedule on track, and they also showed some methods of, what they would use to accomplish that, so.
Gave them a 9. One of the things that stuck out is they kind of showed what they are actually using to help keep track of budget and schedule.
Give them an 8.
Sorry, Alex, what did you give me?
8.
So we have 2 8s, a 9, and a 10. You guys more comfortable with 8 or 9?
I could go now.
That's already what I went with. Yes.
And 9 is okay for me.
So 9 is your consensus?
Yes. And for the firm's recent, current, and projected workload, I went with an 8. So
Alex Goloridis, I went with a 7. Showed overall about 47% availability, but 10 people.
One with the 7 also kind of stuck out to me, the amount of below 50% that there would be throughout the rest of the year.
Give them Gene Bolton, I give them a 7. They're about 45% available for us.
So we'll go with a 7.
7 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, moving on to Atkins Realis. Starting with the first criteria. They showed a project manager that was uniquely qualified, and based on everything they presented, I gave them a 32.
I was looking at the project team for this, and I did not see them have mechanical, structural, or electrical.
I missed that.
I even checked the references to see if maybe, in their, or not references, but the resumes, to see if, one of the members had some kind of background in that. I couldn't find anything. So based on that, I saw they were missing like 3 of them. I went with that. Okay. So,
All right, thank you.
I gave it 28. I thought overall they have a decent amount of experience. A lot of the projects were relevant to what we're looking for. Some of the projects were 5 years that were listed for some of the individuals, but mostly all the projects were pretty current.
I give them a 5. The reason for that, Gene Bolton is, the reason for that, Okay, so they have, their staff members, have experience, but they have 5 of them that are located in Orlando. And then only 1 in Tampa. And, so as a project manager, like, we could just say that we have a project going on and then, okay, we need to meet them, on site, like somebody in Orlando, you know. Yeah, so that's why.
Okay, so we have a 5, a 10, a 28, and a 32. Um, I'm thinking between the 12 and 15.
I'd feel comfortable coming down considering what Gene said about a lot of their team is outside of Tampa. And the fact that they don't have all of the different disciplines that Alex listed.
I'm comfortable going with 15.
Comfortable with, I'm comfortable with 15.
You okay with that, or you think that's too high still?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, 15.
13?
Yeah, 15 is okay.
Okay. Okay, 15 for our
Everybody
consensus.
have, okay with the 15?
Yes.
So the consensus is 15.
Yes. Okay, for the second criteria, experience with projects of similar size and type. I went. Overall, I thought they showed a superior level of experience. Most of the projects are municipal and with similar size and type. I gave them a 30.
Alex Capoeira, I went with a 26. The majority of projects, most of them were relocate projects, and a lot of the also a lot of the ones that the projects that they listed, they had the key personnel. A lot of key personnel were involved in those projects.
I went with the 25. Some of the projects, I believe one of the projects was a little bit older than 5 years. One of them was almost 8 to 10 years old. I noticed within the description, they would list certain amounts of pipe that they worked on. And then in the key highlights, sometimes they didn't list that same amount of pipe. So under the project highlights, they have size, and they use, on some of them, they're pretty consistent about matching up what they had. Water main, 100,000 linear feet of water main matched with what their description is, but on some of them, their key highlight, they listed, water main, but they didn't list the gravity that they also worked on. So I wasn't quite sure if, the reasoning behind that, just kind of seemed a little confusing about.
Give them Gene Simmons, I give him a 10. Sure that they done some project that are related to what we do, but they have projects in Orlando, in D-Land, I mean, nothing, close to us here. So as a project manager, there will be a learning curve, for them, to know about our spec standards, and for me, the project manager, that's the risk for me, like for schedule and stuff like that. That's the reason.
Okay, so we have a 10, a 25, a 26, and a 30. I'm feel comfortable going. Lower 20s.
Be in agreement too. I definitely think the location of projects does impact the score some bit, but they are all fairly close to Tampa and, relation to, different standards, but this area, Central Florida, is pretty much all the same as far as what the site conditions would be like. So, I'd be willing to come down.
What would you be comfortable with?
So what was the,
The range?
yeah,
We had a 10, a 25, a 26, and a 30.
23.
So 23 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay. For the willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I thought what they provided was showed a superior understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget. I gave them a 10 on that one.
Alex Kovidas, I gave him a 7. I thought, they showed the, good understanding of, budgets and schedule.
I gave them an 8. Yeah. Definitely showed they have a good understanding of how to, maintain a schedule and keep a budget. Nothing really stood out to me to bring it up to a 10.
Yeah, for the same reason, an 8.
I would feel comfortable going with an 8 on this
In
I
agreement.
agree.
So 8 is your consensus?
one. The last criteria, and this is for Atkins. Firm's recent, current, and projected workload. I went with a 9 on this one. I thought they showed adequate staff and time to complete, and also they were showing backup staffing, which it's also maybe it's been on their part.
I went with the 7, but they had the backup. Okay. Remember that?
A 7, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I gave them a 9. If I didn't say that earlier.
But if they were showing backup, I'm willing to go higher.
I also went with the 7, mainly based off of the percentages. They were somewhat lower than a lot of the other firms, but again, taking into consideration the backup staffing that they listed, I'd be willing to come up.
I give them, Gene Boston, I give them, an 8. They're about 50% available for us.
An 8.
Agreement.
So 8 is your consensus?
On to Ayers Associates. For the first category, ability of the firm and its professional personnel. I felt they had a uniquely qualified project manager. On this one, they're currently serving as a miscellaneous consultant, have demonstrated. I would say very successful results. I went with a 40.
Alex Kokovidas, I saw on their project team, they did not have the electrical. So, with that, I guess, I went to a 16, but if you don't take that out of the way, otherwise they were real good. Otherwise, they would have scored on it. But I went with the 16 just because of the lack of not showing electrical.
I gave a 31. I thought, the amount of experience was fairly high. A lot of the projects listed were current projects. And yeah, there were several that listed projects that were professional services contract projects, which is in line with what we're looking for.
Gene Boston, I give them a 40. They have one key staff member that's in Wisconsin, but otherwise, they have 9 of them that are located in Tampa, and 4 of them have more than 20 years experience.
Okay, so we have a 40, a 40, a 31, and a 16. So we feel.
Well, like I said, apart from not having the electrical, like I said, everything else looked really good. So that was the only thing that's why I put that caveat in there. So if you want to go with something, higher, I'm fine.
You got 30 or 31?
I gave it 31. As far as electrical goes, I think with utility coordination, I don't know how many times pump stations play into that. So we're mostly talking,
Pump station, I would, but
some did.
I don't know how much of it we would encounter. I'm just bringing it up because it was in the scope, so.
Yeah.
It did have those disciplines in there, so it's kind of like, I guess that's why we're having this discussion.
Yeah.
Well,
To see how much that discipline would affect.
Well, I think it's very important, because we deal with a lot of pump stations, so I think that's a miss, like if they don't have That,
Well, I don't know for utility litigates how much you deal with pump stations.
Not very often. I mean, those are usually under the other contract. But
Right.
it is a contract that's available to project. Um. Around the 30,
yeah,
30-ish.
okay with 30.
That's close to what I got. I'd be in agreement with that.
Alex, is that
Yeah, yeah.
too off course for you?
No,
I mean,
like I said, you know, it was just that one little fact that, so, I mean, but if, you know, the majority here thinks that's good, I'm fine with that.
So we'll go with the 30.
So 30 is your consensus?
Okay, for the second criteria, firm's experience with projects of similar size and type. I thought they showed a good range of very similar in nature projects. Most are municipal. I gave them a 30 on them.
I gave them a 23. I thought that most of the projects were pertaining to utilities. And some of those were relocate utilities, so.
I gave a 27. That there were several projects listed for Hillsborough County and then the surrounding counties. All the projects were pretty current. I don't think any listed were over 5. Some of the projects did not list any description of the utility work done. So that kind of played into me bringing it down a little bit.
Investments, I gave them a 30. They listed 3 projects that we did them with us. You know, we got a project with Tampa and also, Misc County, and 3 of them. So 30.
So we have 2 30s, a 27 and a 23. $26, $27.
27. I'll go with 27.
27, I'm good with that.
So 27 is your consensus?
Yes. A willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I thought with what they presented, that they demonstrated a very good understanding of the process and this keeping on the schedule and scope. And budget, I gave them a 9 on that.
I'm in the same thought. They did a real good job of showing the scope and understanding of it. So I went with an 8.
8.
I went with a 9. I thought they were pretty clear and concise on what they plan to do to handle this particular part of the criteria, and that yeah, it was laid out in an easy manner to read that definitely made me understand what they plan to do.
Change of estimates, I gave them an 8 as well.
Okay, so we have 2 8s, 2 9s. Any,
You know, and what do we do before roundup? I guess we could be consistent.
Be good with 9.
9?
Yeah, I was like, time.
Oh, 9 is your consensus?
Yes, ma'am. And the last criteria, the firm's workload. I went with an 8 on this criteria.
I went with a 7.
Okay.
I think their average was about the mid to high 40s, the average.
Went with the 7 also, mainly compared to other firm workloads. Yeah, they showed that there were several of them had, 55 to 65% committed, so only, 40, 35% for us.
General Simmons, I give them an 8. They're more than 50% available for us.
Okay, so round up again.
Sure.
2 7s,
Good,
2
good.
8s, go with an 8.
It's good.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay. Burgess and Nightfall. Start with the first criteria. Um. I gave them a 42 on this particular category. I think the project manager is uniquely qualified. Been working on many of our projects with superior results. I just felt they showed a superior team and ability to be successful.
I gave them a 30. I thought that they had a good rounded team and with a lot of years experience and a lot of utility experience. Well,
I gave it 32. Again, I thought the PM was very, very well experienced in what we do. The projects listed were all pretty current. Good amount of experience for mostly all of the members of the team. And yeah,
I gave them, General Simmons, I give them 18. They have 2 key staff members, that are located here in Tampa. But, a 1-year experience and the other one is 4 years. Um. That's the reason.
did you say 1 year of experience?
Yeah, one in Tampa has 1 year experience, the other one has 4 years experience. And so most likely, they would be the project manager for them, and they don't have much experience.
Uh,
Is there
looking through it, maybe the years with the firm, I see 1 year. But so you said
The project,
The staff member, the key staff member on their resume, yeah,
okay. So one of the staff members.
yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, we don't know which one they would put as project manager, for our project, but what they have available here in Tampa is just 1 year experience, or 4 years, so most likely they will be the project manager, for our projects. And if we want to meet with them on site, they're right here and then they don't have much experience.
Well, I
Much
thought the
experience.
project manager that listed was one that we've been working here with Tampa. Quite a while.
Well, I go with what's on the proposal, what they give us.
Okay, I thought that was on. But I don't have it in front of me, so.
So are we talking about the contract manager, the main person that would be?
Well, maybe he's not listed as the project manager.
Well, Mark
Mark
Ackersall
Ackersall.
is listed as the contract manager / project manager. And on his resume, it lists 19 years of experience, but only 1 year with the current firm.
Okay, so 1 year with the current firm,
Right,
yeah.
not just 1 year.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you guys right, yeah. So he's brand new with the firm, but not with the experience.
Okay, so we have a 42, a 32, a 30, and an 18. So Gene, what would you feel comfortable? Up to for this?
Well, I'm willing to go up, because I thought it was just 1 year experience total, Still, there will be a learning curve, for him because he's bringing in the firm, so, yeah, but I'm willing to go up.
Any suggestions or?
What other rank?
We have a 42, a 32, a 30, and an 18.
30.
In agreement with 30.
Yeah. Go 30.
Already use your consensus.
Okay, for the experience with projects of similar size and type, I went with a 32 on that. They demonstrated a good level of experience in projects that are municipal and similar size and type than we do.
I went with a 22. They showed, most of their references were for utilities. Some of which were relocates. And some I thought were small, had a small scope. Just wondering what we could.
I went with 28. I thought a lot of the project listed were relevant to what we're looking for. They were all in areas that are near here or were within Hillsborough County. One thing I noted was they only listed 7 projects. I believe they're allowed to list 8. So It'd be nice to see an extra project listed.
Oh, yeah, I have that too. That's really, yeah.
And one of the projects listed, was, I don't believe, currently ongoing. That it's kind of list, that's professional services estimated December 2024, so it's a pretty big project and it looks like there has a lot of what we're looking for, but I'm not sure if they've even started on it based off of what they've written. Yeah, so.
Um, I give them 20. Yeah, they have projects, I mean, with the county, and Pinellas County and Fernando, that's close by. They are similar to what we do.
Okay, so we have a 32, a 28, a 22, and a 20. I probably an average would be around. Maybe five, four suggestions.
With 25.
I'm good with 25.
Okay, or I think it's,
That'd be a thing.
I could come down, I'd be willing to come down, I was gonna go for a 26, but
yeah. Okay. Yeah, probably
26. I think that's fine with me too.
I think a 26 is what I'd be comfortable giving.
26.
26.
yes. Six. Okay, for the willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget. They demonstrated a superior understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget. I gave them a 9 on this one.
I thought they had a good understanding of the scope and control and schedule. I also like that they gave case studies. On there, so I gave them an 8.
Gave them a 9. And yeah, I liked how they had the step approach that they gave us along with the case study. One of the only ones, if not the only one, that gave an actual example.
In Rosemers, I gave them an 8.
And what you gave them a 9, second.
So yeah, rounding up to a 9.
I for that.
9.
9 seconds.
Yeah, I'm good with it too.
So 9 is your consensus?
Okay, for the last criteria. Workload. I gave them an 8 on what they presented.
And I went with 7.
I went with 9. I thought the percentages listed were all, I mean, for the most part, above 50 to 60%. There were a couple that were kind of low, but key personnel, the main project manager, up to 80% availability.
Hillsborough Smith, I gave them an 8. They're about 55% available.
Okay, we have a 9, 8, 8, and 7. 8. Is
8,
that good, guys?
Yeah,
I agree with
Good.
Go with an 8.
So 8 is your consensus.
Yes. The next company, Burns and McDonald. Start with the first criteria, ability to perform professional personnel. I thought they showed a good team. The project manager looked uniquely qualified. I gave them a 35. So,
I showed the PM had a lot of utility and design background. But again, I was looking at the project team. I didn't see anything good, like mechanical, structural, or electrical.
yeah,
I didn't find it,
okay.
and maybe you could double check on that. But I didn't see anything listed or even in the resumes. Like I said, I even look in the resumes to see if, somebody has background in one of those that, that could account for it. I couldn't find anything on any one of those, and due to the fact that it's missing the 3, I do it that.
seeing. Um, I gave them a 30 overall. I thought, yeah, they're pretty extensive experience, project manager, definitely well versed. Some of the projects listed were a little old on some of the resumes, but for the most part, pretty current. Diverse set of projects listed, and there were some projects listed outside of Florida that kind of brought it down for me a little bit. But yeah,
Hillsborough Smith, I gave them a 20. They only have two key staff members that are close by, one in Largo and one in Tampa. And those two, they brand new the firm, like about 1 year the firm. And then they have other, key staff members, other states, like 4 of them.
Okay, so we have a 10, a 20, 30, and a 35. In light of the things that you guys pointed out, I'm definitely okay with going down.
another thing to note that 3 of the key personnel don't list PE for Florida. They're listed as PEs, but Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, but not Florida.
Good point too.
That's that. Yeah, you're right.
So I'd be willing to come down.
Okay, so 20s.
Agreement.
in there.
What's the range again?
A 35, a 30, a 20, and a 10. Yeah, I think so.
21.
21.
21 is your consensus?
Yep.
Okay, for the second criteria, experience with projects of similar size and type. I noted that they showed adequate success, but there's only one in Hillsborough County, the rest are out of state. That they showed, I gave them a 16 on that one.
Yeah, I thought they showed, a decent amount of, experience with utilities. I did not look at the region and the location. I did not take that into account. I gave them a 26.
So gave them a 26. Yeah, I thought they listed a good amount of projects that did list, specifically what work they did as far as relocations, replacing down water, sewer, reclaim. But yeah, one thing that took a hit was a lot of the projects were not in state. And also, on the participation matrix that they list, several of the staff listed don't have any involvement.
I gave them a 5. They only have one project here in Tampa, with FDOT. And there's another prime, and that's it. Like Posey area, and everything else is out of state.
Okay, so we have 2 26s, a 16, and a 5.
19. Lower.
Does everyone get 119?
I think
Yeah,
it should be lower.
Lower.
I mean, I understand you guys want to, not having, the work in the areas.
They aren't gonna know the standards.
Correct, if they were,
Different states or
I
different
can see that.
material.
I can see that point of view.
18, 17.
17.
Be in agreement with that. To note, one of the projects listed, they actually have nobody that participated.
From the team.
Yes.
17.
17.
So 17 is your consensus?
Okay, for the ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I gave them an 8 on that one with what they presented. They showed a good understanding.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I thought they had a good understanding of the scope and budget and schedule. They also showed, their QA, QC, which a lot of them did. But yeah, I thought all that was good, so I gave them an 8 also.
Also gave an 8.
Gene Baltimore is also an 8.
Eight is consensus.
And for the last, category, workload for the team. And I thought with what they presented, I gave them an 8.
Yeah, I gave them a 9. They showed a fairly high percentage of availability. They also had a lot of team members, which I'm not exactly sure if it coincided with the project team, but they also showed the percentage of a backup.
Also went with a 9. Main reasoning is they did list their availability with the backups. One thing, I think it stood out is most of the other firms list, on their bar graph, exactly what the shaded area versus the light area means. So I assumed the percentage listed was what their availability is, but they don't necessarily say that. So I think it'd be good for the future to make sure that they point out that that is our, our availability. It's anytime they could say, yeah, well, yeah, this is the projected availability, but the dark shaded area is actually our projected availability in the light. But I assumed that what they're listing is their actual availability. So I thought it was a decent amount of availability. So I gave them 9.
Gene Baltimore, I gave them an 8. I mean, based on the proposal, looks like they're more than 65% available for us. So
Yeah, 2 8s, 2 9s. Let's go with the 9.
Round up. No, they did. Yeah.
Consistent.
Yeah.
Nine is your consensus?
Yes. Company is CHA Consulting. Start with the first criteria. And I thought with what they presented for the project manager and the team, I gave them a 33.
Yeah, same thing as the last one. I did not see in the team, anybody listed in the mechanical, structural, or electrical. This one, unless I missed it, but. And based on that criteria that we were missing, the 3 disciplines, I went with 10.
No, missed that one too.
I gave a 27. A decent amount of experience. Some over 40 years of experience. Projects listed were pretty diverse, but all kind of in the same area of what we're looking for. Some of the projects listed were older than 5 years for multiple of the staff. But yeah, I didn't catch what Alex caught.
General Simmons, I gave them a 31. They have about 7, of their staff that's available right here, in Tampa. They have one in North Carolina, but, yeah, I mean, they're pretty much right here for us.
Okay, so we have a 10, a 27, 31, and a 33. Maybe mid-20s. Lower 20s.
I'm good with lower 20s.
I can be good with that too. I think with a lot of them, I did not check the electrical structure
Yeah.
or mechanical, so all of my
Definitely need to do a
scores.
better job of that Also,
So yeah, I'd be willing to come down considering that.
Yeah, I tried to see, actually, like I said, I also went into the resumes too, to see if anybody was listed as having one of those disciplines. So,
23.
Gee, are you good with 23?
I think it's pretty low.
20,
I mean,
25?
yeah, so they show people that have like experience, in utilities. I mean, a lot of experience.
So one of the things listed on the flow chart, in-house key technical resources. It just has a circle with a number in it. So I'm assuming that's the number of people within their firm that can do the work. And they do list 66 for mechanical, 79 for structural. Nothing for,
I did see that, but
and 135 electrical.
considered part of the project team, the whole company.
It is listed on the org chart page.
So I don't know how we look at
If
that.
their company does have that capability, a lot of times they
I think it is a
rely on that.
pretty big
Well,
firm.
that, but they should have,
I don't know. Like I said, I was mainly looking at the project team itself. There's one that go to 24, or 25.
I think like if all that, I would say maybe a 27
Yeah, 27.
better.
Yeah, 27, 28, that would be okay.
Like I said, yeah. All I can say is that I saw that they didn't have those two things and, I mean, if the group wants to go on that, I mean, that's fine.
I mean, they did mention some electrical stuff here. I mean, Okay.
I gave them a 27, so I can be in agreement with that number. The main reasoning is they did list that key technical resources. It would be nice to know exactly what that meant, if that's 135 people that do electric, or you know, what does in-house key technical resources mean? Is that staff members or?
Years, I don't know,
Yeah,
yeah, it's not clear.
But they do have something listed for each one of those. And it is a firm, over 1,800 people, so if needed, I'm sure they could get those areas handled.
so do we want to go with 27 or 28 or
I'm good with 27.
I'm good with this.
27? Brian, you good?
That was the score I gave.
So 27 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, for the second criteria, experience projects of similar size and type. Projects that were presented, I thought it warranted a 26.
I'm in agreement with that. That's what I have, 26. Majority projects and utilities.
I also gave it 26. I think one thing that stood out to me is that bridge project. Anything dealing with, replacements of pipes on bridges, definitely good experience. Good thing for me. All the projects are pretty current, in the same area or within this area, Central Florida. But not too many listed in Tampa or Hillsborough.
Yeah, general service, I give them, a 21. They do have similar project as us, but, yeah, they have not any project, like in Hillsborough County. The closest is Clearwater. You know, but otherwise is in Florida, so.
We have 3 26s and 21.
Yeah, we can go higher a little bit, 24, I'm good.
Pretty good.
I'm in agreement.
Number 24.
24 is your consensus?
Okay, for the schedule and budget criteria. What they presented, I felt an 8. It's good.
I thought they had a good understanding of the scope and budget. So I'm in agreement. I give them an 8.
I also gave an 8.
Also an 8.
So 8 is the consensus.
For the staff availability. I thought they showed adequate time and staff to complete the services on schedule. I gave them an 8.
I give them an 8.
Excuse me. Also an 8. I thought percentages listed were pretty high. The mentioned that they have 1,800 staff members within the firm. One thing from one of the previous sections listed those that they do have 65 or 60 some odd on-call contracts already with the firm. So they don't really list that in criteria for, but that is a good amount of on-call contracts that they're already involved with. So, and it questions what the availability actually is. But from the percentages listed, it's a good amount.
That's a good point though. Yeah, but my number is also an 8. I didn't catch that though.
With an 8. Across the board.
8 is the consensus.
I keep going. They might want to take a break.
Very good. You wanted to take a break.
That'd be good for taking a break.
Okay, so, for those that are viewing, we're gonna take, about 10 minutes. Take about a 10-minute break, restroom break, and we will resume in about 10 minutes. Alrighty, so we are resuming, the, committee meeting from our recess, from our break. We're resuming the committee meeting for RPS 242465, miscellaneous professional engineering services for the utility relocation. And I believe we left off, we had finished CHA, so we're now on Clearview. We said we want to resume it at this time.
So Clearview Land Design. Okay, we'll start with the first criteria, ability of firm and professional personnel. Project team showed they had adequate experience. I didn't feel they had as much focus on utility relocation projects as I would like to have seen. I gave them a 21.
Yeah, like broke a record. I didn't see any mechanical, structural or electrical on this team also. So again, based on that, what could
Sorry, what was your score?
I gave a 26. So a lot of the projects listed, yes, weren't necessarily related to utility relocation. Quite a bit of projects were,
First criteria.
yeah, the projects listed on the
Project.
individual resumes.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, the projects listed on the individual resumes, some of them were quite old, over 10 years in some cases. And yeah, again, a lot of the experience listed was not necessarily related to utility relocation, utility coordination. But they did have ample amount of experience, and a lot of the team has been with the same firm for quite a while, so it's pretty cohesive team with good experience.
Yeah, they have, their key staff members, like what they listed there, have a lot of experience. I give them a 35.
All right, so we have a 35, a 26, a 21, and a 10.
Was that again?
We have a 10, a 21, a 26, and a 35. So I'm thinking probably 23, 24. Maybe.
In agreement with that.
Yeah, I mean, based on what you pointed out, I'm willing to go down, to 25, great.
23. Unless you. Don't agree with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
23.
23 is your consensus?
For the experience with projects of similar size and type. I felt for what they listed, I was comfortable giving them a 16.
I gave them a 27. I thought that the projects, that they listed had a good amount of utilities, involvement. I thought most were relocates. And also, they had a good amount of the key personnel that were involved in all those projects.
I gave it 25. Some of the things that stood out to me was there was a good amount of utility involvement in a lot of the projects, but quite a few of the projects were definitely older than 5 years old. There was one that was listed that I believe's 10 or 12 to 13 years old. And another thing that stood out to me was, at least one of them, they had, the project started in 2017 and still ongoing. So, and then the design / professional services stage since 2017. It has me a little curious. Why that's still going on. It's a offsite force main and pump station upgrade.
Yeah, and you know, Miss, I give them the 17. Um, yeah, they listed some projects that are very old.
Okay, we have a 27, a 25, a 17, and a 16. So I'm thinking 21, 22.
Agreement.
Good with either direction.
I would say 20.
20. I would be okay with that.
What was the scores again?
27, 25, 17, 16.
One person going down 7 versus one person going up 5. I could be good with that.
Well, what do we think? 20, 21, 20. Gene, you're
I'd feel more comfortable with 21, but 20 is good too.
About
Yeah.
21 to have the largest and the smallest coming down and up the same amount.
Gene, you're okay with it?
Or reasons to,
Well, I mean, my issue is just, I mean, they only have just one project that's going, right? And then, and everything else, I mean, what? You got 2010, I mean, like very old project. So that's my issue.
That's where it closed out.
closed out in 2011.
21, yeah, how about that?
Brian?
I'm good with that.
So 21 is the consensus.
Yes. Okay, for the ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. They showed a good understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget. I gave them an 8 for that.
Second that. Same thing.
I also gave them an 8, pretty much, yes.
8 also.
8.
8 is the consensus.
Okay, for the projected workload, but they showed adequate staff and time to complete services on schedule. I gave them an 8 for that one also.
I gave them a 7. Thought they had a good percentage, fairly good percentage of availability. They showed. Yeah, no.
Also gave an 8.
Even 8 also. They're about 50% available.
So
I'm
an
gonna
8.
say,
So 8 is the consensus.
yeah.
Yes. This firm is Climber Farmer firm. It's so small. Farm, is it farmer? Climber Farmer. Barley Peak. For the first criteria, ability of the firm and its professional personnel. I noted that I felt they had little relevant project experience. They showed main focus on drainage, master planning, electrical and structural. So I gave them a 10.
I gave them a 25. I thought they had decent amount of experience. They noted out here they had decent amount of utility. I'm not sure if they were like stored, might have been stored. That's why.
I gave a 27. Thought there was a lot of experience between the team. Yeah, with a good amount of utility work listed for the individual projects listed, but yes, there was a good amount of stormwater listed. Sometimes that involves, you know, doing utility work also, or utility relocation work. And projects were pretty current.
Jim Boston's, I gave them a 25. Yeah, they have some good, yeah, key staff members, have some good experience.
A 27, a 25, a 25, and a 10. I am willing to go up. Again, I just had the note that the prime had little relevant, or seemed to have little relevant project experience, or utility relocation experience. So. Looks like an oddball out here, so. I could come up to 24.
At 25, so I
mean,
I'll be good with the 24, but,
I can be in agreement with that. Looking it over, I guess there's not as much utility work listed as I thought there was. Utility pipeline work. That could come down, so.
Yeah, 24 would be okay for me.
So 24 is your consensus?
Okay, for the experience projects of similar size and type. Well, they had adequate experience with some being of representative scope. I gave them a 15 on that.
I gave them a 16, and the main reason was they only had 5.
Yep. 25.
Yeah, they only had.
Sorry.
21. Yeah, I also listed that there was only 5 projects listed. Several of the staff members were not involved, and 3 of the projects, or most of the staff members weren't involved in 3 of the projects. There was a couple not involved in any of the projects. But overall, and we had a force main project, pipeline replacement project, though it was at plant. So overall, they did show good projects for what they did have.
Give them a 12. Yeah, so same reason, like just 5 projects.
Okay, we have a 12, a 15, a 16, and a 21. So
Come down.
sixteen.
16. I could be in agreement with that.
Is 16 the consensus?
Um, they need, looks like they work at the developer. They do work for developers. So 16.
Are you good with 16?
Yeah, I can work with it, yeah.
Okay, 16 is the consensus.
The third category, willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I thought they showed a good understanding of scope, schedule, and budget, and I gave them an 8.
I went with 7. So they had a good understanding.
I gave an 8. Like that they listed several of the tools that they actually use and gave kind of an idea of what exactly they would do when handling specific projects, sort of like a step process of what they plan to do with specifically listed timelines on each one of those steps. So I thought it was pretty thorough. It gave good understanding.
I got an 8.
So are we good with an 8?
Yes.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yes. For the projected workload, they showed adequate staff and time to complete the services on schedule, and I gave them an 8.
Gave them a 7. Seemed like they had a high percentage of availability, but have a note here that they did not break it down per person. They just gave a T,
Okay.
so, but they seem to have like a really fairly high percentage, so. It's,
Yeah, I also give them, a 7. Yeah, they just give like the overall availability, but yeah, I put it down.
I gave it an 8.
right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I gave it an
I'm
8.
sorry.
So,
Keeping me on my toes.
I gave it an 8.
Okay. So we have 2 7s and 2 8s. Go with
Rounding 8?
Yeah.
So 8 is a consensus?
Yes. Going to CPH. Um, Add that the team has above average experience, many larger utility relocation projects with municipal experience. I gave them a 32.
I have on here that, I did not see any mechanical, structural, or electrical, anybody with those backgrounds. I also have a note that, seems like they have like a smaller team. They do have a decent amount of, a good amount of utility, and years. So, but again, based on the 3 disciplines that I combined, I went to a 10.
Gave 27. Thought they had quite a bit of experience. A lot of the people have been with the same firm for quite a while. Good amount of projects that involve, well, listed for each person, a good amount of projects that deal with potable or sewer lines. Some of them do have quite old projects, some 9 to 8 years old So that kind of brought me down on some of them, but all in all, diverse set of projects listed for each person.
I gave them a 30. Their key staff members, all but one has, like more than 10 years experience.
Okay, so we have a 32, a 30, 27, and a 10. Okay. Say at least mid-20s.
I gave 27, so I can come down a little. I think 10, kind of.
Look at 24, 25.
Uh, 25.
25.
In terms of mechanical, they list, that the firm has 7 of them. Yeah, it looks like they did not provide the resume, but the firm itself, has that, like, based on what they show here. So we're saying 2024.
25. I could do, I'll do 25.
What was the range again?
We had a 32, a 30, a 27, and a 10. Showing that capability.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't see them, specifying it in the, excuse me, on the project team that's showing member being, the structure. So, it just wasn't pointed out. This person was under the, is either structural, mechanical, or electrical, all three of those. That was.
So it's like, well, whatever you want to feel comfortable.
25, it's a little bit low, I think.
One thing that sticks out to me is the actual size of the team, but again, they do have their sub-consultants listed, which are usually the same for all of these firms. They all have pretty similar sub-consultants, so I could be good with 26.
Yeah, we do too.
So 26 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, for the second criteria, firm's experience with projects of similar size and type. They showed a good level of projects. And one municipal, and I gave them a 30 on that.
Alex Cocovita. So I thought the majority of projects that they have had utility work, and most of them were actually utility locates. And also they had good amount of key personnel involved in throughout those projects. So I gave them a 28.
I gave a 25. They showed a lot of pipeline work done. I noted several of the projects were older than 5 years. So it's been a little while since they've done some of those projects, but all in all, pretty extensive what they did do on those projects. As far as how much linear feet of pipeline they've actually worked on. They're pretty large projects. In line with what we're looking for.
Yeah, Hillsborough Civil's, give them a 26. They've done a lot of projects that are similar to what we do, like utilities.
And we have a 30, a 28, a 26, and a 25. Seven.
I can be in agreement with the 27.
Agree with 57.
Yeah, 27.
27 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, so for the third criteria, willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I felt they had a good understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget, and from what they showed, I gave them an 8.
I thought they had a good understanding, of the scope and budget. I gave them a 7.
I gave an 8.
And an 8.
Go with an 8.
So 8 is the consensus.
Okay, for the fourth criteria, staff availability. I felt they showed an adequate staff and time to complete the services on schedule and gave them an 8.
Yeah, I gave them a 7. I thought, they had adequate, staff and availability.
Also gave an 8. Yeah, the percentages were all near 50 or above. There was a couple that were below 50, but for the most part, yeah, a good amount of availability.
I also got an 8. They're about 50% available.
So we'll go with an 8.
So 8 is the consensus?
Yes. Thank you. And the next firm is CSA Central. First criteria. From what they demonstrated in their proposal, project manager and the team are showing no experience with utility relocation design. I give it a 10.
Yeah, I gave them a 21. They have a good sized team. They have some experience.
I gave a 20. There's a good amount of experience between all of the staff. one person with the 49 years of experience. So quite a bit, but they did not list much as far as pipeline project or utility coordination.
Junior listeners. Give them at 15.
Okay, so we have a 21, a 20, a 15, and a 10. $16.
Agree with that.
I'm good with that.
That you said 16. One thing that I noticed, they didn't specify if they work as a prime or as a sub. It's up to us to guess. So what was the range again?
Had a 21, 20, 15, and a 10.
And we
We
thinking,
were proposing a 16.
okay, yeah,
So 16 is the consensus?
Okay, for the second criteria, um, firms experience with projects of similar size and type. I didn't feel that they had enough adequate experience with similar projects. It seemed to me they did only mostly drainage and roadway. And most were not even performed in this country. I gave them an 8.
Have down here, they have very limited amount of projects with utility design and construction. And also, the key personnel that they have listed is were minimal and, had minimal involvement in any of the projects. So I gave them a 12.
We gave them a 17. I thought it didn't show a lot of pipeline work that was done on the projects. There was a good amount of roadway projects. And one of them listed was ongoing, so it's a project that has yet to be completed. And professional services is still ongoing, so construction hasn't even started, so that one does have pressure lines.
I got an 11. Roadway projects, drainage, but not much considered.
All right, so we have a 17, a 12, an 11, and an 8. I'm thinking 12.
Yeah, me too, 12.
I can agree with that.
12 is your consensus?
The third criteria, we're looking at the willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I felt they had an adequate understanding. I gave them a 7.
I also thought they had a good understanding of the scope and schedule and budget, so I went with a 7.
I gave an 8. That they're pretty clear on what their plan of attack would be to handle both schedule and budget. They list a couple of specific things that they would do to accomplish this. And also list a couple of programs that they plan to use that were needed.
I also got an 8.
So we have 2 7s, 2 8s, we'll go with an 8.
So 8 is the consensus.
Okay, for the final category, projected workload for the staff. Felt they showed adequate staff and time to complete the services on schedule, and I gave them an 8.
Yeah, their average was around 60%, for the whole team. Yeah, I thought the same thought as you did. I gave them an 8.
Also gave an 8.
Also an 8.
So
8 is the consensus.
So, George F. Young is our next company. Start with the ability of the firm and its professionals. This one, I feel like the project manager is uniquely qualified, currently serving as a miscellaneous consultant, and have demonstrated excellent ability and success. I gave them a 40.
Gave them a 21. I thought they had a decent amount of experience, years, and a little bit in ability experience.
I gave 31. I thought there was a good amount of experience, project manager, fairly less experience than the rest of the group, but projects listed were pretty much in line with what we're looking for. And overall, yeah, the amount of experience overall was pretty high.
General Smith, I gave them a 30. They have some good experience.
And we have a 40, a 30, 31, and a 21.
Look on the outliers, I'll go up.
31, 30.
I'm fine with either one of those.
Me too. I gave 31.
31.
Yeah, 31.
So 31 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, for the second criteria, experience with projects of similar size and type. I think they've shown a superior level of experience. All projects are municipal in nature and the similar size and type, and I gave them a 32.
I thought that, most projects, pertain to, utilities and most of them were utility located, so I gave them a, 26.
I gave it 28. I thought they definitely had good projects listed. One thing that kind of stuck out was a good portion of the team members didn't have any involvement on most of the projects. So kind of brought it down a little for me.
I give them a 29.
So we have a 32, a 29, a 28, and a 26. So,
What?
29.
29?
is that good?
That's good.
Yeah, it would be good for me.
So 29 is your consensus?
Yes. For the ability to meet schedule and budget, I thought that they showed a superior understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget. With what they presented, I gave them a 9.
I thought they did a really good job at showing their understanding of the scope and within the, schedule and budget. I gave them an 8.
I gave an 8 also.
I also got an 8.
So we'll go with an 8.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yep.
Okay, for the firm's projected workload. Well, they showed adequate staff and time to complete the services on schedule. I gave them an 8 for them.
I gave them an 8 also.
I gave a 9. But they had quite a bit of availability, especially the contract manager.
It shows that they're about 60% available. I gave them an 8.
Go with an 8.
I agree.
So 8 is the consensus?
The next company is Have Associates Inc. Start with the ability of the firm and its professional personnel. But the project manager was uniquely qualified. The team showed above average experience. I gave them a 30.
I thought that they were showing a good size and, a real good amount of, experience and qualifications, so I gave them a 27.
I gave it 29. I thought there was a good amount of experience. One thing that stuck out was listing a deputy project manager. So always having that fallback for the main person is thing that sticks out to me. And the projects listed for each of the individuals was pretty much in line with what we're looking for.
Give them a 25. It shows that they have, a lot of experience. You see this,
A 30, a 29, a 27, 25.
Be good with that one.
the 27 is good, man.
I'm getting that 27, so I'm good with it.
So 27 is your consensus?
Okay, for the firm's experience with projects of similar size and type. I felt that the team showed an above average level of experience. I gave them a 26.
Yeah, I think they showed, a good amount, majority of the, projects were, utility related. Some of them had relocates, related. And, they had some that had just design, some had CAI, some had both, but, I gave them a 26.
I gave it 27. One thing that stood out to me was noting several of the projects were part of continuing services contracts with a good amount of pipeline work, relocation work, and definitely in line with the projects that we would be asking to help handle.
Yeah, I got a 25. It's like they have a lot of experience in enforcement project, you see relocation.
We have a 27, 2 26s, and a 25. So 26.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
So 26 is your consensus?
Yes.
Okay, for the next criteria, excuse me, willingness and ability to meet schedule and budget requirements. I felt they had a good understanding of the scope, schedule and budget. I gave them an 8.
I agree. I gave them an 8 also.
So gave an 8, but they're clear in what they plan to do and how to execute. And
I also got an 8.
So 8 was our consensus.
So 8 is the consensus.
Okay, for the final criteria, firms reset current and projected workload. I felt from what they showed, it had adequate staff and time to complete services on schedule, and I gave them an 8.
I calculated that on the average, they have like 28% availability. Just the whole team in general, and 10-person team. I gave them a 6.
I gave a 7. Again, I thought the percentages were fairly low, but one thing, and they do have that deputy project manager, so even though the project manager only had 35%, you have that backup PM.
I mean, what they show, the ability for the county, I mean, it's pretty low. I got them in 6.
So we have 2 6s, a 7 and an 8. So, and I'm good with coming down to a 6 or a 7. Whichever you guys feels appropriate.
They were 30% available. They're not really available for us. 28. He's right.
Yeah, so it's coming down to a 6. Yeah. Main person over CEI is at 20% availability.
Yeah.
6.
So 6 is your consensus?
For the next round. Excuse me. We have Johnson, Merriman, and Thompson. I felt they showed an above average team and a uniquely qualified project manager. I gave them a 30 for that one.
Yeah, as far as the discipline goes, I did not see a structural or electrical on the project team. It did show a mechanical, but under one of the resumes, I saw they did have a mechanical engineer there, so I kind of like gave them credit for that. I mean, apart from that, that they had a good sized team and decent experience. But because of the lack of structural and electrical disciplines or not seeing them, I gave them a 13.
I gave it 28. I thought they had good amount of experience. Projects listed for the individuals was good work that aligns with what we're looking for. Some of the projects were over 5 years, but for the most part, pretty current projects.
I've got them at 25. Yeah, they have some experience. It does show that they have one of their staff members that has bachelor in mechanical engineering.
So
They have one staff member that has mechanical.
yes, yeah, I did
Yeah,
see that.
yeah.
That's why I gave them some credit for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a 30, a 28, a 25, and a 13.
Three, 24.
Yeah. Say 25, but 24.
24 with it.
I'm good.
Include.
So 24.
24, yes.
I think the most is the ones that don't have the electrical or the industrial, we've come up considerable for every other one. So kind of staying consistent.
All right, on the second criteria, experience with projects of similar size and type. I felt they showed a good. Showed actually a superior level of experience, all municipal projects of similar size and type. I think they had a good understanding of what we're looking for. Give them a 32.
We're on Johnson,
Johnson, Merritt.
number 2, right? Criteria number 2, right?
Yes.
On my notes, I have, the limited, utilities, some of them being relocates. Most of the projects have only a CDI portion or a design portion. Whereas, other consultants, that submitted show, them doing both. So I gave them a 17. And I also have a note here that they don't explain the extent of the utility work.
I gave 24, and yeah, the also noted that it doesn't give great detail on the actual utility work that was performed for each of these projects. They're kind of scattered on the amount of work, quite a few of the staff have involvement with, and the actual contract manager appears to not have any involvement on any of the projects listed. But project manager does have good experience, previous criteria.
Yeah, so I got them at 12. They mostly do CI work. And also Woodway, and it's not clear, what kind of speed project that they have done.
Okay, so we have a 32, a 24, a 17, and a 12. And judging from those comments, I would probably 20.
When it's still high.
Okay. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, because we're looking for, relocation work, I don't really see. Yeah. I would go 18. Or 19.
I have that out. 18.
I can be in agreement. Yeah, we don't really get a good idea from the projects listed what the utility you know, coordination or relocation involvement is.
Yeah, they just say, did this product and there's utility.
$18.
Do that.
I can agree with that.
So 18 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, for the third criteria, willingness and ability to meet the schedule and budget. I thought they had a understanding of the scope, schedule, and budget. I gave them an 8 on that.
I gave them a 7.
I gave a 9. One thing that stood out to me was giving actual projects that they've done and, you know, telling you what the planned schedule is versus the actual schedule and planned budget versus how much was actually spent. Like, very few firms actually listed out examples like they did.
Got them an 8.
So we'll go with an 8.
Agree with that.
So 8 is your consensus?
Yes. Okay, for the fourth criteria, projected workload. What they showed, I gave an 8 for that.
Yeah, I agree. I give them an 8.
I gave an 8. The contract manager appears to have 90% availability, which is very good. Along with everybody else has decent availability, close to 50.
Also, I'm an 8.
8 minutes.
Okay, so 8 is the consensus.
Yes.
Do you guys want to keep going, or did you want to break for lunch?
Here,
Well, we can probably break.
It's about a third of
There's
of
5 more to go.
6 months.
6, yes, sorry.
And then also, but we also have to go through every single one again and kind of agree on the scores. So
Yeah, at the end, we usually do that, and
Oh,
I'll list out I'll call out the bonus points so we can get a complete score. Did you want to go ahead and break for lunch at this time, guys?
Yep.
Okay. All righty, so to those that are watching, we are going to break for lunch at this time. We'll just say, we'll come back at 1. We'll resume at 1 o'clock since it's roughly about 11:45. You time to, go to the restroom and find lunch. And we'll just resume at 1 p.m. Okay, is that fine with everybody?
Yep.